please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all clap our hands to the beat, everyone now? Clap your hands, let's go. Clap, clap. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sid. I'm going to be your MC, your host this evening. With me is DJ Santo. We're going to make sure that you guys have a great time this evening. But before we get started, I want to hear from you. We're going to keep it simple. We're going to go on the east side of the room. We're going to make some noise. On the count of three, my right side makes a noise for our couple waiting upstairs. 1, 2, 3. Left side, on count 3. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Both sides of the room. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the main entrance and help me welcome the bride and groom's sister, Tanmay and Keertana! Let's go. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go. Yeah. We're gonna go down a little bit. Yeah, go down. Come on down. 1, 2. Everyone, make some noise now. Bring it down. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I need some noise, I need some energy. Please help me welcome the bride's parents, Venkat and Soumya! Let's go. Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, draw your attention to the main entrance one more time and help me welcome the groom's parents, Gopal and Usha! Oh yeah. request you all please rise from your seats. Please stand up. Please stand up. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the stairs. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome them as bride and groom and husband and wife. Can you all please make some noise for our newlyweds? Give it up for Aniketh and Keertana! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your bride and groom one more time! Thank you. At this time, requesting everyone, please be seated. A humble request to the family, please be seated at this time. Thank you. And I'll request a couple, stay where you are. Yeah. Just gonna wait another 10 seconds for everyone to be seated. Thank you. Okay, there we go. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the first dance.
जाने जाना मेरी जाने मन बॉडी तेरी लगे लगे बैंगन वन इन अ मिलियन बेबी गर्ल देखूं तुझे तो मेरा निकले है दम जाने जाना मेरी जाने मन बॉडी तेरी लगे लगे बैंगन वन इन अ मिलियन बेबी गर्ल देखूं तुझे तो मेरा निकले है दम मेरी प्रीतो रसों जीतो मेरी प्रीतो रसों जीतो क्यों क्योंकि मैं दीवाना तेरा मैं दीवाना तेरा मैं
Oh yeah! Thank you. All right, how about one more time, a round of applause for that beautiful, beautiful first dance. I request our bride and groom, please walk up to the stage and be seated. Be careful.
Okay now? Got the title shot?
Be careful walking on the dance floor. It's a little wet. Be careful. All right, so we're gonna move on with the festivities. One more time. You guys look amazing. Round of applause for that beautiful dress, and look at him, man. Aniketh, you look amazing. Wonderful. How you guys doing? Good? Yeah? Tired? No, nah. All right. Ready to party. That's what I'm talking about. So first off, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a few speeches. So first up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the groom's parents. Give it up for Gopal and Usha. I'll make sure.
Hey, hello guys. Welcome. All right, so I was told a minute ago by my daughter, hey, you know what? I didn't tell you. You'll be the first one to go to speak. Thanks. So I had a speech, and I told my son I'm going to do this speech. He said, do not do that. So that's abandoned. So anyway, let me thank all of you for coming here. And we are very grateful for your presence here. We are happy and that you are part of this celebration. And there are 3 days of celebration. Wednesday, both Keertana and Aniketh had, individual process, celebrations, and then, of course, the wedding that took place yesterday, and now this. So this is the last. So my son earlier in the day was saying, man, the whole process of planning for the 6-hour wedding and all the rituals was brutal. This is a breeze. Okay? Hopefully you will see the breeze here, the event. You're happy. So that's what I wanted to say, all of you. I would like to thank people who are watching from India. I'm surprised a lot of people have watched the wedding. They're probably watching this. I know my parents are, and they are not here with us at this point because they couldn't travel. And that is, something we wish something else could have happened, but we're grateful that you're watching it from here and all the technology that's available. A lot of friends, relations of ours who always wanted this wedding to be in India, but we couldn't make that happen. So they are also watching, and we are grateful to them. Thank you, all of us, all of the people here. My wife ran the whole show for the wedding. Usha, and thank you. So everything had to be traditional, everything had to be pakka, everything, she went across the world to get all the items, all the small details that ran both Venkat and Soumya up the wall. They were like, you want this too, you want that too. So there was all this. So thank you, Venkat. Thank you, Soumya. Because they're saying yes to all sorts of stuff that Usha would come up with is really why. Huh? Oh yeah. No, whatever I said was because she wanted me to say. So thank you for both of you. So thank you to these two. They've been troopers in a sense. You would find that the bride or the groom have they red lines. I won't do this. No, I'm not going to wear that, and I'm not going to say this, or I'm not going to sit here, or I'm not going to go through 6 hours of all the stuff. No, these two you want me to do that? Fine. There was not a thing. I and Usha and of course Venkat and Soumya all had all these arguments of should we do that, no, we should not do that, oh that's difficult. All that was going on for 3 months and we settled so many issues. But these two never said a word. Oh, you want to do this? Fine, we do that. You want me to? So my son, we wanted him to have the wedding without his shirt on, like a very traditional South Indian wedding, just kandwa. He said fine, no problems. So we backed out in the end because the photos may not look good. Okay, got it.
Hey, he's a macho, man.
Yeah. You see, so they were the best bride and groom you could get. No trouble. So I wanted to say one small thing to roast my son and Keertana. Tiny bit. I can't help myself. So let me explain this. Way back 6 years ago almost now, 5.5. So one day this one guy, Ravi Chira, and Sneha, he was a colleague of ours in Cognizant and at PSCG account. So At that time, there were a lot of people, Karishma is here, Naresh is here. So they were much younger than me. I was like, seemed to be this, old man, the wise man, or the bujurg jo hota hai na Hindi mein kehte hain. So I was the bujurg of the group. And so they used to invite me for all these, small things like birthday parties or bridal showers where I had no real interest. So this guy, Ravi said, I have my 8-year-old daughter's birthday coming up. You have to be there. He said, I have kids who are in high school and studying college. No. Leave me alone, man. No. Guru Garu, me Ravasande. Indukayante me Peddavaru. And so we go there. So before we go in there, it was Saturday. So I was telling my son and daughter, hey, we are going to this birthday party for 8-year-old girl. You want to come? So my daughter promptly said, hell no. Not happening. So this fellow, because he's a sucker for Indian food, was debating. Free Indian food? No free Indian food. Okay. So after a lot of debate, he said, Indian food, let's go. So he comes with us, and then he meets Keertana, and rest is right. So let me say this in Telugu, and I'm sorry, I'll have to translate it won't work well. Free food kosam kakut pannadu, bukke So, roughly translate, he showed up for free food and he got, settled for life. That's what happened to him. You should think twice, maybe not, if you're going for free food. Okay, got it. And then one roast of Keertana. So, a year goes by, they are allegedly dating, and I've been told, we are dating. Alright, dating, fine. So, then a year or so later, he says, can I bring Keertana home? Fine. So she comes home, and then I asked her, I'm curious, right? I said, what did you see in this guy? So she says, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. And of course, he's a nice guy. Then I'm thinking, maybe this is what it means when say love is blind. When there has to be some explanation. So that's it. I don't want to roast them further. So. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all of you. Anything else you want to say?
I'm really thankful to everyone, each and everyone in this room. Of course, the family from India. First and foremost, from my mom and my maternal uncle and my pinny. And all other family members who helped me. All their hands are in this, hearts are in this. They work very hard from India, right from shopping or anything you can set up for Aniketh wanted to shop. Thank you Sesh Mama and Banpini who are watching here, and all other family members and everyone in this family, especially my friends here, my wonderful team like Usha, Devi, Vani, Maidli, Sirisha, all other Diamond, Ram Garu, Krishna Reddy Garu, Durga Garu, Bhavani, Mohan Garu, everybody. I'm not there without them. This function happened only because of them. I'm very grateful to them. Thanks is very, very, very small as usual. I owe them very, so.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
last and not least, my brother and my brother and my wife. Sorry. You're always there for me. Love you all. I need to save you, Kaushik. Honestly. And thank you, Manikimati, for coming and beautiful songs. All of you, thank you. I'm sorry if I forget anyone.
Thank you.
Come on now, one more time for Gopal and Usha for those wonderful words. We're gonna move on. Next speakers, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome bride's parents. Give it up for Mr. Venkat and Mrs. Soumya.
Hello all. Let's get some energy going. Once more. I'm not hearing much from this side. Which one is better here? There you go. Woohoo! Okay, now some energy for these two new bred couple here. Can we get some energy from the couple now? You! First of all, thank you very much for all of you to be here. And India lo unnanda andarkinu chala dhanyavadalu. Plus those many of my friends from all over the world watching the live stream. Thank you so much. It's a humbling experience to see you all sitting over here for my lovely daughter's wedding and my new son-in-law, and welcoming them into my family, and Madhipati family welcoming them into their family. Really pleased, blessed to have you all over here. And no, I just want to say thank you first. I'm not done yet. I'm going to bore you a bit. To start with, Mr. Gopal and Mrs. Susha Chandrika, no challenge is small for us. We from Air Force, up to each and every challenge. Woo-hoo! We have seen bigger challenges than this and made them happen. You just need to give us the opportunity to make it happen. So, and thank you for all the collaboration, and thank you for letting us know what your desires are, and it is up to us to make them fulfilled. Yes, we will do it for you. Right? Thank you very much for being with us along the journey and allowing us to do and make this happen a great event. But before I go further, there are a few people I really need to thank. I know everyone may be thinking them as vendors, we are paying them to do the stuff, but that's not the way I see them. For us, they are part of our family, and we have trusted relationships with them. And I need to call out a few names. I know there were a few people at the wedding, and there are a few others over here that have been with us on the journey. They are the ones who make it happen for us, while we all enjoy over here. To start with, I would like to call out Santok, who has been the DJ, and I'm sure he's going to make us all dance to his tunes later today, right? And we have known him for several years now. Sayed and Santok, yep, thank you. And they make it a point that every party of ours is a blast. And they make every effort, no matter how busy they are. they make it assured that they come and attend our party and make our party the best. We have made a new friend now in Surya. I know we had different photographers before, but Surya has been great and he has been willing to do everything that we have asked for. So Usha and Gopal Garu, it's possible because they have been with us behind us. Thank you, Surya. The next one is, I want to call out Dushyant. He's here always with a smile. Hey Dushyant, where are you? Dushyant, where are you? Okay, probably he's busy trying to make the food for us. Okay, he's been great. Okay, at every event, this is not the first event we are doing over here. All we have to tell him is we want to have an event, and he'll figure out the rest of the stuff. There's very minimal coaching or guidance we need to give him. He just knows our taste, he just knows how to do it for us, and he makes it happen. We're thankful for you, Dushyant. And then I would also like to kind of thank Ravi Nimma, who was our chef yesterday at the Marigold. I hope you all enjoyed his food. Right? Okay, I would like to then thank a few people who have helped us along the journey. The list is pretty long. Yes, actually there were a couple more people I wanted to kind of thank. You interrupted me and then I stopped. The behind the scenes person, Surisha. She has been a family member. She is somewhere over here. Please. Surisha, please stand up. Gopal Garu, just the way you threw challenges at us, Keertana kept throwing challenges at Surisha. You need to make this different. You need to bring the peacocks. You need to kind of do this lighting. You need to get a mesh door. You need to get this. You need to get that. You need a round mandap. I'm not taking a square mandap. The pillars need to be lean. They can't be long. You have to get it 20 feet wide. You can't get it 10 feet wide. Okay? The list goes on. Can you give it a break? Okay. Yep. And the next person I would like to tell is our priest, Radhakrishna Sharma. He's been with us. The first time we moved into our house in 2002, he did the Gro Pravesham. And since that point, he makes it a point that every event that we have at our home or in our family, he's the one who makes sure that everything goes well. Okay, he always prays for us, and so we are indebted to him. Okay, next I would like to kind of thank a few people on my side. I know my dad is not here anymore any longer. He's watching from up above. I'm glad that he had an opportunity to meet his son-in-law, right? Grandson-in-law, yes, thank you. Grandson-in-law. And then we have my mom over here, who's still kind of struggling with the memories of my dad. And obviously kind of enjoying the getting the new grandson-in-law. Mommy, you're okay. It's good. It's okay. And then I have the wider, broader family. I would not call out names. I know each of them mean a lot to me, and they know how much I mean to them as well. So after that, Aniketh, first I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. You have been a great son-in-law to us. I know you might have heard the story from Radhakrishna Sharma about Sita Swayamvaram. The only difference is I didn't call her Swayamvaram, but she did it herself. I would make one correction to your statement, Gopal Garu. Right? They both did not meet on that party. I took your son's number, gave it to her, saying that you have a friend over there who is local over here. And then thereafter, probably they met again the second time round. But originally, kind of, yes, still the culprit is there.
I had Gopal's story.
Yeah. No,
Whoever had Keertana's blouses, our sarees, everything.
yeah, it was not easy, right? With the COVID going on, trying to arrange for things and trying to get the stuff from India was not easy. There are a lot of people in India who have helped us, and even till the last day, we have been getting things coming by mail from India to our home. And there are a lot of people out over there. And then there are several guests who flew in from India. My Menamama, his wife, my Chinnamma, my Soumya's Menata and her husband, and then Soumya's cousin uncle and his wife and his son, right? Their job was not to just come here. Their job was to bring a ton of luggage with them, right? So they didn't pack their own clothes, and they had to shop over here for their own clothes. But they made sure that whatever is needed for the wedding did come from there. So obviously, thank you very much for everyone. Last word for my daughter. I know she's the darling of everyone. Anusha, undoubtedly she'll be the darling of your house. Yeah, she may not know all the traditional classical music, dances, and all those things, but that's not her style. But what she will do is solve problems. Okay, she's an engineer, she has an engineering mindset, and she'll find ways to how to make things happen. Alright? So keep pushing her in that direction, and she's going to be brilliant in your household. Thank you all for the engineers. Thank you all. I really appreciate you all being here. It's an extremely humbling experience for us.
Come on now, give it up for Langdon and Soumya. Stay where you are. He could be the next MC. Great job, Soumya. Thank you. Huh? No, I want to keep my job. This is for you guys. The song is for you guys. Alright, so we have something special. So I request everyone please remain seated. And at this time, we have a presentation that we all want you guys to watch right here on the screen. So all you guys over there, if you wanna, I don't know, shift over there because the screen's right here. We'll give it like a minute for everyone to move over. Whose camera is this? Okay. I know it's a tough spot, but if you just want to shift, draw your attention to the screen here. Can you have these lights off, please? Thank you. If anyone on my left side want to shift over, come on down next to the deep for a better view, please go ahead. Thank you. requesting the lights to be put down again one more time. We're going to watch the presentation. All right, here we go. Please draw attention to the screen. Thank you. Alright, so we are going to move on, just waiting for the lights to get back on.
Bring the chairs wherever you want to place it so that we can face the camera. Yeah, bring the chairs to them. You're facing that and place it. Yeah, bring it.
Requesting everyone, please be seated. Okay, we are ready to move on. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have some performances coming up. Please be seated. Draw your attention to the dance floor. First up, our groom side, partner groom side dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sudesh and Sangeeta, Raju and Salaja, Tanmay and Gautam, Manvasi and Amani, Kaushik, Anirudh, Shriya and Jishnu. A round of applause for the first performers. Come on now.
चांद सा रोशन चेहरा जुल्फों का रंग सुनहरा ये झील सी नीली आंखें कोई राज है इनमें गहरा ये चांद सा रोशन चेहरा जुल्फों का रंग सुनहरा ये झील सी नीली आंखें कोई राज है इनमें गहरा क्या उसकी जिसने तुम्हें बनाया क्या उसकी तुमसे मिलके दिल का है जो हाल क्या करे हो गया है कैसा ये कमाल क्या करे तुमसे मिलके दिल का है जो हाल क्या करे हो गया है कैसा ये कमाल क्या करे
For the group side, friends and family, one more time. Great job. Thank you.
Was good? Yeah. I moved.
All right, moving on to the next performer. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the bride's cousin. Give it up for Sanjana.
मुझसे दूर कहीं ना जा, बस यही कहीं रह जा, मैं तेरी दीवानी रे, अफसोस तुझे है क्या, मुझसे दूर कहीं ना जा, बस यही कहीं रह जा, मैं तेरी दीवानी रे, अफसोस तुझे है क्या, तेरी मेरी कहानी नहीं हो गई, हो गया मैं तेरी हो गई, जहाँ जाए तू संग मुझे ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा रे, महकी रात में चुरा के सारे रंग ले जा, सारे रंग ले जा, डाले रातें में देखूं साथ में तू ऐसी मुलाकात दे जा, मुलाकात दे जा।
One more time for Sanjana, give it up. And at the same time, please help me welcome yet another bride's cousin. Give it up for Siddhi.
Dani kodi pucham mera kadava, dani gutta pulai kanu meriya, adi rummatta raatla saliya, dani pere saranga dariya. Dani anam pucham mera kadava, dani echai pulai kanu meriya, adi rummatta raatla saliya, dani pere saranga dariya. కళ్ళకు ఎన్ని గజ్జల్ లేకున్నా నడిస్తే గల్గల్, కప్పుల మల్లె గంధల్ లేకున్నా చెక్కిలి గిల్గిల్, నవ్వుల దేవుడు వచ్చా అది నవ్వితే వస్తే మురిపా, నోట్లో సున్నం కాసు లేకున్నా కప్పుల పాకు, ముని పంటితో రప్పిత పెదవు, ఎర్రగా ఇతడి రావణ గిల్, చురియా చురియా చురియా, అది సిరులో కట్టిన చురియా, అది రమ్మంట రాదుల సలియా, దాని పేరే సారంగ దరియా. దాని గుడి పుజం మీద గడవా, దాని గుంట పులి కరుమెరియా, అది రమ్మంట రాదుల సలియా, దాని పేరే సారంగ దరియా. దాని ఎడ పుజం మీద గడవా, దాని చెట్టు పడి కరుమెరియా, అది రమ్మంట రాదుల సలియా, దాని పేరే సారంగ దరియా.
Amazing, that was amazing. Give it up for Siddhi one more time. And at the same time, please help me welcome our next performer. Give it up for our groom sister. Give it up for Tanmay.
सब कुछ छीने रे मोरा तन मन सब कुछ काहे को मोहे तरसावे काहे को मोहे तरसावे काहे राधा मोहे तंग किए जाए काहे राधा मोहे तंग किए जाए मखन खाओ ना संग कहीं आओ मखन खाओ ना संग कहीं आओ काहे को मोहे बुलावे काहे को मोहे बुलावे सारे 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 मारे
so deep in your eyes, I touch you more and more every time. When you leave, I'm begging you not to go. Call your name 2, 3 times in a row. Such a funny thing for me to try to explain. How I'm feeling and pride is the one to blame. Cause I know I don't understand. Just like you love you, do know it else again. Got me looking so crazy right now. Your love got me looking so crazy right now. Got me looking so crazy right now. Your touch got me looking so crazy right now. Got me hoping you play me right now. Your kiss got me hoping you save me right now. Looking so crazy, your love got me looking so crazy, your love. Looking so crazy, your love got me looking so crazy, your love.
Wow. Great job. One more time for Tanmay. Great job. Same time, please help me welcome our next performer. Give it up for the bright sister. Let's hear it for Keertana.
Yeah. I needed intercom. I connected it. Can you connect it? Yeah.
एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा वो मेरे सोनिया के छत सारी गलियां नाल तेरे तर चले आवे ले चल मुझको दुनिया से तू चोरी चोरी जब तेन तकिया खुद को संभाल न सकिया चल गया सजना तेरा ये फिर तू मैंने जानी I think about it every day. Baby looking like Keertana on a plate. Ayy, like my type, like Kulfi, Rasmalai. Pista barfi, sardiyan vich garmi lagdi. Jad vi tu mere raah vich so jaldi. I know that you wanna get crazy, crazy. Shorty, take it slow, then chitty, chitty. Baby, jack and baby, jack.
One more time for Juvenile, one more time, let's hear it now. Alright, we're going to move on to the next performers. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Usha, Sangeeta, Sirisha, Usha Reddy, Devi, Bonnie, Mithili, and followed by Mr. Gopal, Sudesh, Sridhar, Krishna, Ram, Durga, and Dayanand. Let's hear it for them now.
నమ్ము అంటుకున్నదంటే పోరున్నాము ముందు నుంచి అందరన్న మాటే గాని మళ్ళీ అంటున్నానే అమ్ము ఇది చెప్పకుండా వచ్చేతమ్ము ఏమన్నా పని నన్ను నమ్ము చూపుకి తగినట్టుగా నువ్వు బదులు చదివివే అది కూడా పిల్లడాంట దగ్గరై నన్ను చేరదీసివే
Give it up now! Wow! About it one more time for the entire group. Let's hear it now. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to move into the cake cutting ceremony. So I'm going to invite a beautiful couple to come on down and cut the cake.
Before we cut the cake, I just want to say a huge thank you to Ravi Narayanan for taking my demanding requests and craze of peacocks into a beautiful, artistic, and edible element. Every piece on this cake is completely edible. So thank you so much. My dad wasn't kidding when he said I am a very demanding bride when it comes to decor and all this kinds of things. So thank you, Sri Shanti, for dealing with me, and Ravi Uncle.
It is again an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here and to do what I do. This is a very small thing. I don't do many of these at all. This seems to be my sixth wedding cake. Maybe one more.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe.
Two more. We have a ticket.
Oh my, forget about that. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to be a small part. Hopefully all of you are to enjoy the absolute passion and love and dedication for the few other people that came and helped me with this. Thank you all so much. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ravi. Alright, with that, please draw your attention to the dance floor as we are ready for the cake cutting.
मुझसे मिलाया है तुझ पे मर के ही तो मुझे जीना आया है और तेरे संग यारा खुश रंग बहारा तू रात दीवानी नजर सितारा तेरे संग
We're gonna take some pictures with the sparklers on. Aniketh, just stay there, next to the cake. Few steps. There we go. Thank you. One more time, a round of applause for that beautiful cake and the cake cutting. I'll request our couple to be seated at this time. Thank you. You can sit on the stage. Thank you. All right. I hope you guys are having a good time so far. We have a few more speeches coming up. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our next speaker. Give it up for the groom's sister. Round of applause for Tanmay. Come on now, put your hands together. Yeah.
Give me the battery. See how Aniketh is handling 3 cameras. Too much? One second, don't stop.
Alright, so very humble request, everyone, please quiet down, draw your attention to this dance floor. Thank you.
Hey everyone. Okay, so I'm gonna get started, I guess. I really apologize about my voice. I've actually been really nervous about making this speech because I hate listening to my voice in the video. And I think whatever higher being up there took that too seriously and took my voice completely away this week. So thank you so much for bearing with me. And I just want to say congratulations to Aniketh and Keertana. So Aniketh, yesterday too is definitely the most important day in your life. And I'd like to say myself before this, it was probably 21 years ago, August 2nd, 2000 when I was born. And Aniketh became an older brother, if he wanted to or not. And so growing up, me and Aniketh only communicated through fighting words and violent gestures. And I've never admitted this in 21 years, but even though my parents reprimanded Aniketh for every fight, I definitely was at fault for every single one of them. And I remember this one time I was really fascinated by coloring because it was the only skill I knew at the time. And I ended up coloring the sheet I found on the kitchen table, and I colored it all the way where you couldn't see what was on it. And Aniketh came running down, screaming, freaking out, what did you just do? Why did you do this? And my parents came trying to figure out what was going on. And he was like, Tanmay just colored all over my school project that's due tomorrow and I have no time to do another one. And here's where you would think that my mom and dad would yell at me. And their response was, it's okay, Aniketh, this is what having a little sister means, and you shouldn't have left the paper down there if you had known that Tanmay was gonna run around doing these things. And despite all this, I can truly say, Aniketh is and was back then the best big brother that anyone could ever ask for. Even And I remember the few hours that we had to stay home alone if my parents were coming back from work. Ani at like 12 years old would cook Maggi noodles or pasta and make sure I was okay and help me with my homework. And Aniketh, I hope you know how grateful I am for everything. Now cue like 18 years after that when Aniketh met Keertana. Aniketh was in college and I remember missing Aniketh a lot, so when he would come back from break, I would get so excited to finally hang out with him, only to find him texting his girlfriend, who not only he gets to see at Purdue, but he gets to also meet in New Jersey. So I used to be so upset. I was like, who is this girl? I remember talking to him and his eyes would just be glued to the phone. And he'd be like, yeah, what? And I'd be like, Aniketh, who are you talking to? Which cues the first time when Aniketh brought Keertana to our house. And I was just a little scared of how shocked she might have been, because whoever knows Aniketh and knows our family, Aniketh's the most humble and normal at best of us all. And the rest of us are kind of crazy. And I remember Keertana, when we were all having a conversation, her eyes were bouncing to my mom, dad, and me as we started our own tangents and super excited to talk to her. And Keertana did amazing. Her eyes were bouncing like from one person to another. She would make sure to laugh at every comment my dad said, you know my dad, and everything my mom would say, and circle back and make sure we all felt welcome, even though she was in our house. And I've actually always wanted an older sister, and Keertana, since they've been dating, has been everything I've always wished for as well. And I also always wanted a brother too. Aniketh and Keertana were actually the ones that took me to my college orientation, not my parents. So that just goes to show the support they had when we went all the way to Indiana for the first time. And in general, it's been so good to see you guys grow, and I just wanted to say, like, huge congrats. I'm so excited that not only did I get one sister, but I also was lucky enough to get another, Jeevana, who's been so great in planning this as well. I'd like to also give her a shout out briefly. And I just want to say congrats and thank you guys so much. It's been such a ride planning this wedding for Aniketh and Keertana, and all our family that came, and grandparents and everything, like all the little things. It's just been so beautiful because it's one of my first wedding experiences. So thank you all for being here.
All right, give it up for Kamai one more time. So with that, we're gonna move on to our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our bride sister. A round of applause for Jeevana.
Jeevana. Just stay up there. Don't run.
I just wanted to give a quick disclaimer for anyone who is at my sister's Sweet 16. I'm not going to cry this time, so just keep the box of tissues away from me.
Jeevana, a little closer.
I'm just going to start off by saying you're welcome, you too. If I wasn't your matchmaker 5 years ago, we wouldn't be here right now. So I'm just going to take a moment to give myself a pat on the back. I was the one who texted Aniketh for my sister, and I know Tanmay was the one who texted Keertana for her brother. So shout out to the two sisters. I just want to say how proud I am to be your little sister, to watch you grow up to be my second mom when you need to be. I've always looked up to you as a beautiful, super smart and goofy sister from when we were babies and you tried to smother me with a pillow, to sharing your room with bunk beds, to helping each other get ready for our proms, sending each other off to college, and now sending you off to be a wife. I
knew the day that I met Aniketh that you would be my Baba. Since day one, I called you my future brother-in-law, and that hasn't changed. And look at us now. You're my brother-in-law. Since I was little, I always wanted an older brother to protect me and treat me like a little sister, but of course, that wasn't possible because I already had an older sister. So I'm glad I can finally say that I have a big brother to protect me. I saw how hard you two worked to make this marriage happen, and as a tribute to that, my dance was a story of songs of your journey as a couple. Each song had a significant meaning of why it was chosen, and hopefully you were able to figure out where in the timeline each song was for. I wish nothing but happiness for you two. Of course, I'll always be the one that Aniketh is scared of and intimidated by, but I'll always be cheering you two on for your future endeavors. I love you both so much, and I have a big sister and a big brother now, and I can't wait for this new chapter in all of our lives. Aniketh? Better listen carefully, okay? You make my Akka upset, I am coming for you, so you better watch out. Congratulations again on getting married. Seeing you two so happy together makes me look forward to this for myself in the future. I love you, Akka and Baba.
One time for Jeevana, let's hear it now. Round of applause. Can't wait for her wedding. Alright, we're gonna move on. But before we move on, give it up for those crazy people right here on my left. The crew right here making some noise. I like the energy. We're gonna move on to our next speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome bride's uncles. Give it up for Mr. Praju, Pranay, Prashant, and Altirat. Give it up for uncles here. Here we go. You're an uncle? Where's the crowd? It's all you, man. No, here we go. Howdy! What's up, y'all? How's it going, guys? So, I don't know if everyone knows this, but we're from Texas, and we're Keertana's uncles. Hi, y'all. We're mom's cousins, actually. And I actually met Keertana in 1998 when she was a baby. And you know, I'm ABCD, so my belt was way off. And I used to chase her around the house, and I'd be like, Mudi, Mudi, Mudi. But at the time, it was Mudi, Mudi, Mudi. And let's say an accident happened and she gave me the Mudi. Let's put it that way. But since then, since 2002, since she's been here, every time I go to the house, she's the sweetest girl. She's never disrespectful to us or her parents. And even though I'm relaxing in the theater room, watching cricket or whatever football games are on,
I see her and her sister always working on robotics and just doing stuff that I couldn't even do at that age. So it's amazing to see her grown up into a beautiful young lady, marrying a very nice young man, and I wish her nothing but success and happiness for the rest of their life.
Everyone give her hands up for PJ. This has been a beautiful, amazing wedding, amazing reception, beautiful couple, and I just can feel the love and warmth in this room, and just feel that you guys are very special, and y'all deserve all the love and affection. And I can tell you, Keertana, I love you with all my heart, and you married him, and you chose him, and same with you. So, Aniketh, you're very loved. And just know that, you know, just with everybody here, and knowing that everyone loves you, the number one person in your life now that y'all are married to each other. So, y'all are the core, everything else is your world. But just realize that communication is the most important thing, just word of advice, but beyond that, hey, love's in the air, and I wish nothing but the best for you guys.
So I guess my brothers are talking enough. I didn't really prepare a speech, so I just want to say that congratulations. I love you both. Welcome to the family. We're one family now. Let's celebrate. Let's have a good time.
All right, all right. Alright, so here goes. I don't really have a speech prepared. I'm not good at speeches here. But I am the man of my mind. I've seen her since birth to where she is now. I've been her all throughout my life. Now, I'm not going to try to get emotional or anything like that. But one thing I can tell you, Aniketh, is that by marrying this girl, you're not only getting a really good wife, but you're getting someone I feel like will actually play the part, or be the part rather, to be your better half. And I truly, ultimately mean that. She is, you know, I have a lot of respect and admiration for this young lady. And, you know, if you stole her heart, you know what, you automatically get my blessings. Even though I haven't had time to spend with you, or I don't really know you that well, however, I trust her judgment, and I know the type of upbringing she's had to make sure that she makes the best choice possible for herself and for her family. And that's the type of partner you're getting. You're not just getting a selfish person, you're getting someone who truly cares about family, and truly the things that really matter. So, you know, I wish you the best, both of you guys, but I know that she's already the best. So. Yeah, there's nothing else for me to say. And that is all, guys. I appreciate you.
Give it up for the uncles. You guys want to take a quick picture? Good. Uncles. Imran Hashmi, come on. From Texas. Give it up. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have our brides and grooms' friends. Give it up for Vibhor, Apurva, Salil, Shreyas, and Preksha. Come on down. They're here in the bar. Here we go.
Hi, the others will be here soon.
All right, so requesting everyone on my left side, just quiet down a little bit. We'll open the dinner soon, the bar is open, just a little notch down. Let's hear them out. Thank you.
Aniketh and Keertana. And as some of you may know, our friendship had a bit of a unique start. Keertana was actually my RA, my sophomore year at Purdue, but we quickly became really good friends and spent a lot of time together. I met Aniketh, and I became their official third wheel. I feel like I've been waiting for this day, for them to get married since the day I actually met them. So I'm really, really excited to be here and so happy for them. So I just want to say congrats to the happy couple, and I wish you guys all the best. Hi, can I just ask everybody who's standing or sitting just to quiet down because there's people speaking and they just want to say some nice words to the bride and groom. So if you are talking, just talk a little quieter. Just be respectful for the people who are speaking. Thank you.
So I met Keertana first, I think about second week of college, over some very, very difficult physics homework at the time. And I think like about a year exactly after. And I'd like to think that in the 5-6 years that I've known them, I've gotten to learn a little bit about them. I've learned that Keertana loves coconuts. You may not know this, but I think she likes peacocks as well. And we like to consider her the universal friend and therapist to Uber drivers everywhere. And Aniketh, well, when we were told about the speech, Aniketh told us to not talk about any embarrassing stories, so that cut down a lot of content available. But I can say, he loves chai, loves making chai. He is a proud ambassador of Olga's Coffee for us, at the very least. And always ready, anytime we meet, to get the party started, and more often than not, first one to tell us when he's done partying. It's always been fun. The other thing I've learned about both of them is, both in their own way, are kind, caring, exceptional people who are smart, intelligent, resilient. And with the exception of like snakes and bread, nothing will stop them together. So I wish you a long, happy married life. Love you both so much.
So I'm Shreyas, and I think I met Keertana first before Aniketh. And we usually consider Keertana and Aniketh the mom and dad of our little group at Purdue. And usually you learn the bulk of your things from mom and dad. And when I first met Keertana, I remember thinking, this girl looks so happy to be alive. And that was the first thing that I just couldn't get out of my head, because I had just come out of an exam and I had just gone out with everybody, and that's when I met Keertana. And I was thinking, I'm here thinking about how terrible I probably did on my exam, and Keertana was just there, dancing and just living life. And that was one of the few lessons I learned from her. It was just live in the moment. And yeah, I think I tried to carry that as far as I could. And for Aniketh, I didn't know about Aniketh until a while actually. I met Keertana first, obviously. And ever since I met Aniketh, he was always like a bigger brother to me. He obviously got his fair share of roasts in. Sometimes I couldn't respond. But I'll go off of what Aniketh's father said. He's a very nice guy. And, you know, I remember just this year, January, in November of last year, 2020, he sat up at 2 in the morning to help me out with homework. And I don't think even my mom was ready to do that. So I think there were certain things that I really took from both of them, and I really appreciate both of them for being one of my closest friends. And I wish you the best of luck in your future and the best marriage ever.
I'm a little speech prepared because if I came from up here and like uttered the words off the cuff, I feel like Keertana would smack me like her anger or something. I've known both of them for like a good amount of time, like 5+ years. The first time like I realized the gravity of the commitment they had towards each other was I think sometime back in 2017. It was like a cold January morning. We're chilling at Keertana's place. The topic of relationships came up, and then back then it was very early stages of like their marriage talk, but like the way they spoke about each other and the commitment they have towards each other made me realize we've lost pretty much both green cards. But more importantly, it made me realize how fiercely loyal they were to each other, and the love that they shared would stand the test of time. Well, here we are. So congratulations to both of y'all, and I wish you the best of time. And I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Salil. I just want to say. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, but the open bar really helps with the nerves. So 4 or 5 tequila shots in. I'm having a good time. I moved to Virginia about 2 years ago, and I was already good friends with Keertana. I met her about 6 years ago. She was doing some really nerdy stuff with her right here in our freshman year dorm, and I was really good friends with Aniketh. So when I moved to Virginia, I wasn't expecting us to hang out at all, but we hung out every day, and we went out to Indian restaurants. We explored the city. We actually ran out of an Indian restaurant once because the vibes were not immaculate. We sat down. We ordered food. We didn't order food. We got water, and we ran out. We stole her salt, and then we ran out. It was quite a thrilling experience. And Keertana used to come hang out a lot because she was traveling for work, so we really grew closer as friends, and we really, we call them our parents because they have everything figured out. So I'll say I moved to Virginia to build a career. It didn't really work out, but I really built great friendships and memories that I really will cherish for the rest of my life. I'm going to be telling these stories for the rest of my life. Some of them I wish I could tell right now, but I signed an NDA with these guys, so I'm not going to tell them. If you want to know them individually, come talk to me, but I'm not going to embarrass them right now. So I'm just going to say, everyone in this room, we all love you, I love you, and we wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Hi guys. For people that don't know, my name is Neeraj. I've known Keertana for about 21 years, give or take. My dad and her dad were roommates. My uncle and her uncle were roommates. So it goes back a while. I just wanted to say a few words. Meet my brother. So collectively, we've known Keertana about 21 years. We've known Aniketh about 5 years now? 4 years? Is that right? Yeah. So we actually met at Juvena's surprise birthday party. And that day alone was crazy enough without us being introduced to Aniketh. And then that was it. Met him, talked a couple minutes, he walked away. Actually came with us on a little road trip. We were going to go pick up a couple friends or something. Nothing happened. And then I had moved to Maryland, and turns out he was going to move to Virginia about 4 or 5 months later. That was really what connected us, because he's the only person I knew. I know Ravi, Uncle Rajat, they lived there. I had no idea they lived around the corner from me until about 2 years later when Aniketh was going to their house to pick up Keertana from there, and they were like, "Oh, I know you." No idea who you were. But what really stuck out with Aniketh for me was his love of Indian food. As much as I love Indian food, he loves it more. We went to almost every Indian restaurant we could think of, even the ones that sucked, just because that was the only thing open at the time. but I just want to say, I don't think either of them really know how much everyone here loves them, what we think of them, but congrats. Yeah, I love you guys.
Yeah, I will just add on to that. There's no way that I can do better than my older brother did. I think he did an amazing job. I know everybody's very focused on the food and the open bar, of course. But I will say this, Keertana and Aniketh are the smartest, hardest working people that I've ever met. And I know that we're all here right now because we are extremely proud of the people that they've become. And I'm extremely proud of knowing them. Okay? I consider them both to be role models. I consider them an older brother and older sister. And if in my life I get 1/10 of the happiness or success that they seem to have and will have, I will be enormously grateful to God and my family. And I think we can all agree that we're very, very grateful to know them and see them grow up and become these amazing people. And once again, I know everyone has said this, but I cannot emphasize this enough. We all love you very, very much, and you guys are perfect for each other.
One more? Who's left? You're left. Oh yeah. All right, give it up for our friends. One more time. Thank you. You guys want to take a picture, a quick picture? Yeah, let's do it. Alright, so we have one more speaker on my left side. Please, everyone, just quiet down a little bit. One more speaker. Can we please listen to him? Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our next speaker. Give it up for our groom's friend. Round of applause for Sharad. One more time, please, requesting on our left side of the DJ booth, please quiet down. Listen to Sharad. Everyone on the wall, quiet down, please. Very humble request for our couple, quiet down, please. Thank you.
How's it going, guys? To some of you who don't know me, my name is Sharad. And to Aniketh and Keertana, I am honored to be a part of your wedding party. I am also honored, but slightly confused, that Jeevana and Tanmay would allow me to speak. Don't think that's a great idea, but it is what it is. I honestly don't know why they thought, so Aniketh and Keertana's relationship truly blossomed at Purdue. So when I was asked to speak at this reception, I studied and worked with some intensity, with the same intensity that y'all worked with at Purdue with an important term paper. So late last night, armed with 2 Red Bulls, and after playing several hours of Call of Duty, I started writing my speech. When I think of Aniketh and Keertana, I think of 2 highly accomplished, incredibly smart individuals. Aniketh, for example, is an Eagle Scout. Keertana is fluent in 4 languages. I found that out by stalking your LinkedIn profile. So, but I also think of their deep love for each other. Indeed, their love reminds me in many ways of Romeo and Juliet. In fact, like Aniketh and Keertana, Romeo and Juliet got married when they were way too young. And I actually Googled it. Keertana, you're in the youngest 25% of American women who, when they first get married. Aniketh, you're in the top 20%. So according to, I actually searched this up as well, according to Purdue's own grading policy, y'all would both get A's. I would also recommend that y'all both don't drink poison, but there is an open bar, so I feel like it's hard to avoid. I would also like to thank Uncle and Auntie for this week's festivities. Indeed, it was a week of ceremonies and the like, and learning about the religious and cultural significance of these ceremonies was really important to me. Whilst, of course, seeing my friends slowly get waterboarded, it was a truly enjoyable experience. Indeed, the way I saw some of these aunties pour water on Aniketh made me legitimately scared for my life. At least the inmates at Guantanamo get like a Caribbean breeze, you know, some warm weather. But seriously, I cannot be happier for these two. And in a way, for me, it's almost like seeing my older brother get married. From the moment I first met Aniketh to now, he's always tried to help me and those around him. His ability to empathize with others and put his loved ones ahead of himself is a trait that should be admired amongst everyone in this room. And I know Keertana and him are perfect for each other. From the moment I first hung out with her and him in PJ's Pancake House to now, I have only seen the love and kindness between the two, and I know that it will always be between the two. So thank you, and I love both of you.
All right, let's hear for Sharat one more time. So at this time, we are gonna break for dinner. Dinner has already been served at the room that at the cocktail hour. Please go ahead and help yourself to dinner. We're just gonna ask the groups for pictures, the family groups, the 15 groups, to stay back. The Chera and Maripati group, please stay back, sit down. I'm gonna call you on the stage for pictures. The rest of our guests, I request you please head over to our dinner, which is in the same room as the cocktail. Please help yourself to dinner. Thank you.
Just make sure it's in center. Just leave it. I'll put it. I'll put it. Surya, I'll do
groom sister, come on down to the stage. Sunlight, please come on down. Wherever you are, come on down to the stage. Groom sister, please come on down to the stage.
Light can go outside, right?
So first up, for the pictures, we're going to invite the cheerers. Come on out to the stage for the pictures. The cheerers, please come on down. We got one cheerer up here. We need more. Come on down to the stage. If you're a cheerer, come on down to the stage. Let's get on the stage. Everyone on the stage, please. Thank you. Can you guys direct them? Next up, can we have the Maripati family, dad, mom, sister, come on down. Dad, mom, sister of the groom, come on down for pictures, please. Over time, the Maripati groom side of the family is next, but first up are going to be the groom's parents and sister, followed by the family. Just mom, dad, and sister for now. Mom. So just stay where you are, stay where you are. We're gonna get the rest of our groom's family. Please come on down. Groom's family, please come on down. Right after this, on the Valuta side of the family, Valuta, please be ready for the next. Not right now, Valuta, right after this. This is the Maripati family. Come on down. If you're a Maripati, come on down. Also the Beamer Ready family, if you're ready. Beamer Ready family, come on down for pictures.
Already boyfriend, I don't mind mama. Face, lips, hips, super fine mama. Shadi wadi kare, fir bache kare nine mama. Hey, tu bhi de de thodi line mama. So very hot to be iron.
Jeevan, can we have the Beamer Ready family? The Valuta family, just one moment. If you don't mind, just one moment. Please go ahead, please go ahead. The Paluta family, please come on down. Alright, so the Bimaretti family, please come on down. Thank you. Right after the Bimaretti family, can we please have the Kuchakula family ready and come on down to the dance floor. The Kuchakula family, come on down. Just wait for it. Kuchakula family on this side. There we go. There we go. Alright, so right after this, the Accenture group Accent chair. Oh, hold on. Right after this. Next up, Accenture. Accenture, come on down. Right after this is the Kuchukula family. Right after this. Look in the front. Thank you. Kuchukula family, please come on up. Right after the Kuchukula family is Aniketh Sai, Dance Baby Dance, wife and husband, Dance Baby Dance kids. Right after. Kuchukula family, come on out. On the left side. side of the family, please come on down. One more time, Aniketh side of the family, please come on down for pictures. Dance baby dance, wife husband, dance baby dance, kids. Okay, we'll do the Alright, right after this group is our Air Force group. Please come on down for pictures, Air Force group. So family friends are next, who are right behind me. And right after that are the Air Force. Here we go. No, the camera guy's not here. There we go. Smile. Family friends, wait for them to come off. Watch the cake. Family friends. Right after family friends, we have the Air Force group. Air Force? Oh, nice. Friends, come on down. Friends of the family, bride's family, come on down.
Everyone, look at the camera.
Look at the statue. Very important.
Everyone, look at the camera, please. Thank you. Next up, our Air Force. Please wait for the family friends to come on down. Come on down. Thank you for your service. Come on down, please.
I'm sorry.
Here we go. All right, here we go, Air Force. We're gonna make some noise, come on now. Hands up in the air, let's go. There we go. Good job. Thank you. Next up are the Tarasena and Dandra family and friends. Tarasena. Tarasena family, come on down.
Thank you.
Right after the Tarasena, can we have the Madhupati brothers line up on the dance floor to go up on the stage? There we go. Everyone, look at the front. Thank you. Next up are the Madhupati brothers. Please come on down. Thank you. Chiro family. Chiro family members, please come on down. Chiro family, come on down for pictures, please. I'm going to take a short break after this. Thank you.
Hindu. Are you Hindu? Alright, so last group, cheer up family and friends. We're gonna have time for pictures later. We need to there we go. Everyone, look at the camera. Okay. Good. Thank you. Alright, so the couple is going to go around, meet everyone. Please give them some space. Thank you. Chiro family, friends, come on down. Last group for pictures. We have to move on. Quick picture. Quick picture. Chiro family, friends, come on down. Quick. Let's go. Chiro family, friends, come on down. Last picture of the night. Well, for now. This picture, I need the dance floor cleared out right after this picture. Thank you. DJ, put it down a little bit. So right now, can we please have the dance floor cleared? We have one last performance and it's a surprise for our couple, so requesting our couple to please be seated. Everyone, please draw your attention to the dance floor. And requesting all our other guests, please be seated at this time. This is something you don't want to miss. I hope so. There we go. Aniketh, Keertana, come on down here. There you go. What's up? Alright, we'll give it another minute. We're trying to get everyone from the dinner room to come on down here. So DJ, can we have some music in the background? Waiting for Keertana to come back here and we can get started.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Please draw your attention to the dance floor for this surprise performance. On the count of 3, 2, 1.
Make some noise for the dancing boys! D-boys! D-boys!
Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Go. There we go. On the floor. Yeah. Go. Yeah, let's see those hands up in the air. Let's go now. Let's get this party started. Let's see those hands up in the air, everyone. Let's go. Yeah. Sing it. Get ready. Let's see those hands. Up. In. Get ready. Go. Yeah.
चमके यूपी में दहाड़े और छत पे तारे हम देखे आके फाड़े यार तुझ में टिकी है मेरी नाटी तुझको बना करके तुझको बना करके तुझको बना करके बदली की दुल्हनिया तुझको बना करके बदली की दुल्हनिया रानी बना करके ले जाएंगे बदली की दुल्हनिया मुन्निया रे मुन्निया बदली की दुल्हनिया
Get ready.
मुन्निया बदली की दुल्हनिया
Ladies, get in here. Let's go. Go. Everyone, back there. Let's go.
दरवाजे को कुंडी मारो कोई न बच के जाने पाए डीजे को समझा दो म्यूजिक गलती से भी रुक न जाए धका जो फील करे वो जाके दो रेड बुल लटक ले जिसको डांस
Okay, on a count of 3, we're gonna jump. Wait for it. On 3. Here we go. On 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. There we go. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. I want everyone on the dance floor. Let's get on the floor now. Go, get it now. Go, Aniketh, on the floor. Let's go. Yep. You know this. Sing it. Here we go. Let's go. Get ready. Sing it.
Whatever you like, bring your girls, whatever tonight. Your man just left, I'm the plumber tonight. I check your pipe. Oh, you the healthy type. Well, here goes some egg whites. Now give me that sweet, that nasty, that good stuff. Let me tell you what we gon' do. 2 + 2, I'm gon' undress you. I'm gon' go 3 and 3, you gon' undress me. Then we gonna go 4. We gon' freak some more. But first, we gon' mess your boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. Bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. We gon' mess your boyfriend and meet me at
Get ready. Everyone in the middle now. Let's go. Get ready. Let's go. Go. Sing it. Let's go. There we go. All again. Get them up. You ready? You ready? 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go. Back here. Let's do the next. Go. On the floor. You know this.
La vecina no sé qué bebió, el vecino no sé qué prendió, a la gente no sé qué le dio, pero todo el mundo está loco, todo el mundo está loco, todo el mundo está loco, y yo solo sé लड़की नहीं है कोई गरम मामला बोलती बंद मैं कहूँ क्या भला कुछ दिखा नहीं जाए
Let's go. You know this. Here we go. I need everyone sitting right here on the floor. Let's go. It's gonna be fun. Let's go. for our beautiful bride, Keertana. Come on now. Give it up for our groom, Aniketh. Can I see those hands up in the air, everyone? Let's go. Hands up in the air, everyone. Up. DJ, let's go. 1, 2, 3. You know this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Break it down. You know this. 1, 2, go. You got it. Let's go.
Lo dice no miente, le gusta a mi gente y eso se fue muy bien. No le bajamos, mas nunca paramos, eso tomado y free.
One more time. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Here we go. You got it.
जिधर होके चीट किया तो सारे तारे बोले गिली गिली रखा
Come on, let's go, keep on. Yeah. Let's go, ladies. There we go.
कोई चढ़ा है
మననా అంటూ గాలికి కొంటిస్తూ అస్తుల మస్తు కట్టవుతూ బ్యాచ్ ఉండేది వచ్చినమంటే సుట్టు కేసాలక ఉన్నాయో ఎక్కి తొక్కు బుల్లెట్టు సందుల మందు కోసం ఎతుకుతంటే రోడ్డు చీరగట్టుకొని చెడు వీరు మెరిసినట్టు బొట్టం గట్టిన బిర్యానీకి బొట్టు బిల్ల పెట్టినట్టు బంగ్లా మీద నిలుసోనుందిరో ఓ సందమామ సుఖరాగక శంకరుంచెరో శివమామ శిఖలెక్క దుంకుతుంటెరో ఆ సందమామ చుట్టి జారి సిక్కుతుంటెరో నాలుగు మావ రాముడా రాముడా నాగం చేసింది రో రాముడా రాముడా నా బాణం తీసింది రో రాముడా రాముడా నాగం చేసింది రో రాముడా రాముడా నా బాణం తీసింది రో
All my Telugu friends and family on the floor, let's go. Yep. Here we go. Get ready. I need you on the floor. Yep.
Yo guys, this is not a mass song. This is the boss song.
Yep.
ఎర్ర చుక్కానే నీకోసం వేసాను సర్రమంటూ ఫారిన్ సెల్ఫే కొట్టాను ట్రెండీగా చుట్టాను కళ్ళు చూడెత్తి నీకోసం వచ్చాను అమ్ముడు లెట్స్ డు కుమ్ముడు పిక్చర్ లాగా మస్తుందని అందం మల్లతిగా
ఛానల్లో చేసింగ్ లాగా అలా పైకి దూకే సింహం లాగా
అమ్ముడు లెట్స్ డు కుమ్ముడు
పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు
Alright, everyone in the back, let's go. Go. There we go. You know this. Let's go. Break it down. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get ready. Let's go. Keep going. Go. Let's go.
डिस्को में जब ये गाना बजेगा on the floor आना पड़ेगा लुंगी को उठाना पड़ेगा स्टेप करके दिखाना पड़ेगा डिस्को में जब ये गाना बजेगा on the floor आना पड़ेगा उठाना पड़ेगा स्टेप करके दिखाना पड़ेगा all the rajni fans golden Mr. all the rajni fans golden Mr.
You know this. Let's go. Break it up. Let's go. Oh, we gotta break it down in the middle. Let's go. Get it. Get ready. Back there. Sing it. Here we go. Let's go. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. You know this. There we go. Get ready now. Let's go, ladies.
परदेसी नैनो पर नुंजी రషమున్నా కుర్రాళ్ళ కోసం వాషింగ్టన్ లో వదిలేశాను గుండు మూతి ముద్దులంటే కోరే కొట్టి గుర్ర మెస్స కుర్రగాడ ఆరా పట్టి నూరు పెళ్ళినాను మంగళూరు పెళ్ళినాను బీహారు పెళ్ళినాను జైపూరు పెళ్ళినాను రాయల్లోని సీమకొచ్చి సెట్ అయ్యాను
మరి ఇక్కడ కుర్రోళ్ళు ఏం చేశారు
కడప బాంబు కన్నుతో వేసి పన్నై పొంక
DJ, put it down. Can we all make some noise for Aniketh and Keertana one more time? Let's go! Yeah! DJ, let's go.
You know I came in for the cake. You're getting the money and the only thing.
You know this.
She didn't see a star.
Let's go.
So man, she got in that motherfucker head up.
Everyone.
I'ma fight my speed. Go be wifey. If she freak, I love her night, but my money let me have. I'm a dog, kill a kitty, no.
You can put it up.
She wanna get crazy, crazy. She wanna take it slow and shit.
Yeah, yeah. Sing it. Everyone. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it. Baby, let me see it. Oh, I really need it. Baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it. Tell me how you feel. Looking like a movie star, doing it for reals. Looking like a snack, looking like a whole meal. Gucci and Chanel, but you had bottom heels. Ice drip, like Bonnie, Bonnie drop the beauty. Shawty bad, she might be fucking stunning. Light it up from Hollywood to Mohali. To Tesher and Derulo, it's a worldwide party. Unless you wanna get crazy, crazy.
One more time.
Shawty, take it slow, then trippy, trippy. I'm already be my baby, baby. Know what I'm saying? Hey, baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it. Baby, let me see it. Oh, I really need it. Oh, baby, let me see it. I just wanna eat it.
Alright. I want to see those hands one more time. Hands up in the air, everyone. Let's go. Hands up in the air. Up, up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. 1, 2, 1. Let's go. Yeah, yeah. One more time. Let's go. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna break it down. Let's go. Let's go, ladies. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Sing it. Let's go. There we go. We're gonna bring it in. Let's go. There we go. Go, go. Yeah, 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 yeah. You got it. Let's see those hands. Up, up. Yep, yep. Go. Yep. Let's go. Yep, yep. One more time.
की कहानी पीरियड वाइन है पुरानी लाख रोका था यारों ने ये ना कर तुम मनमानी सुनो कल रात की कहानी पीरियड वाइन है पुरानी लाख रोका था यारों ने ये ना कर तुम मनमानी दिल में सही दिल में बोल सरा मुझको ये तुम बताओ क्या क्या दिल है दिल छोड़ हो गया
लड़ेगी क्या हद तोड़े हद से आगे भी बढ़ेगी क्या 9 कदम में फारम पे घोड़े पे चढ़ेगी क्या 1 2 3 गाड़ी के
We're gonna do something different. We're gonna get on the bridal train. We're gonna get right behind Keertana and Aniketh. Everyone get behind her. It's called the bridal train. Everyone get behind her. Get out of the way. Train coming through, get out of the way. Get on the train. Get on the train, let's go. Get. It's pretty easy, guys. It's a free ride, get on the train. Get. I need a big circle on the dance floor.
Shake your body, baby, do that conga, no.
Here we go. Get on the way, get on the way.
Shake your body, baby, do that conga, no.
Here we go.
Shake your body, baby, do that conga, no.
Stop it here. Stop it here. Hey, we gotta get a circle, let's go. Get on a circle. Get on a circle, let's go. Big circle. Keep going. Alright, everyone, put your hands together for this riding with us. Yeah, keep going. Yeah. Just say. Let's go. Get on the train, let's go. On the train, let's go. Everyone, big circle. Let's get on a circle, let's go. Alright, everyone, give it up for a couple of years. Alright, we're gonna go down here, let's go. There we go. There we go. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. Yep, yep, yep. All right, let's go. Let's go, let's go. One more time, one more time. Hold on, put it down, put it down. Alright, everyone, let's go. Let's go. Go, 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 go.
See people rocking, hear people jumping, feeling hot, hot, hot. Keep the spirit, come on, let's do it, feeling hot, hot, hot. Hands in the air, celebration time. Let's go sing, activate your mind.
Here we go. You're ready. Here we go. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. DJ, hold it. Here we go. There we go. Everyone. Let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah. Bring it down. It's not your let's go. call for dinner, last call for dinner.
Don't
There we go. If you got a hotel room tonight, make some noise!
At the hotel room. At the hotel room. You go back to the boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. You bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. You go back to the boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. You bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. We at the hotel, motel, holiday inn. 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 She like that freaky stuff, two in the O and one in the I. That kinky stuff, you nasty, but I like your type and like the ass, whatever you like. Bring your girls, whatever tonight. Your man just I'm the plumber tonight. I check your pipe. Oh, you the healthy type. Well, here goes some egg whites. Now give me that sweet, that nasty, that good stuff. Let me tell you what we gon' go to. Plus 2, I'm gon' undress you. Then we gonna go 3, and 3, you gon' undress me. Then we gonna go 4, and 4, we gon' free some more. But first, go back to the boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. You bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. You go back to the boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. You bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. We at the hotel, motel, holiday inn. 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 After party in the hotel lobby, then we all to the room like boom. Put them fingers in your mouth, open up your blouse and pull that G-string down loud. Ooh, okay, shout it. 1's company, 2's a crowd, and 3's a party. Girl ain't with it, I got somebody. In my nature, she's naughty. Now give me that sweet, that nasty, that good stuff. Let me tell you what we gon' do. 2 plus 2, I'm gon' undress you. Then we gonna go 3, and 3, you gon' undress me. Then we gonna go 4, and 4, we gon' freak some more. But first, you go back to the boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. You bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. You go back to the boyfriend and meet me at the hotel room. You bring your girlfriends and meet me at the hotel room. We at the hotel, motel, holiday inn. 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 Oh yeah, sexy lady. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, freaky lady. Girl sing. Oh yeah,
Let's get on the floor now. We getting started. I want to see those hands up in the air. Let's go. Up, 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 up. There we go. You got it. Keep going. All my ladies in the building. Let me see your move. Let's go. All you people right here. Let's go. Yep, 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 yep. That's right. That's right. You know this. Here we go. We're gonna break it down. Who's gonna break it down? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen! Come on, let me see those hands up!
कोई जल्दी है मुझको बचपन से ही लेट कमर मिलियन में तो बेबी एक हिट कमर जैसे सनलाइट तेरी सुंदरता पे लिख दो बेबी 2 फुट लंबा लेक कर दूं 100 बात की एक लेक भाई मुझको तुम माथा टेक गर्म कहते हैं किसको तो मुझको गले लगा के देख
Let's go! Let me see your move!
देख परेड क्यों मेरा ब्रेक करे केक लगे
तेरे जैसे जाने कितनों के दिल चकना चूर हुए मेरे पीछे मर के आशिक कितने ही मशहूर हुए
जिंदा कर दिया सर्दी ने भी कर दिया हाय गर्मी
Come on! Let me see you hit it! Let me see you hit it again! Here we go!
నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 తీర నాటు 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 చూడ నాటు 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 పచ్చి పలాక నాటు 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 పిచ్చు కట్టిలాక వెళ్ళి నాటు
జీవితం నల్ల రంగు అంటుకున్న తెల్ల కాగితం జీవితం ముందు కట్ట మారులో కన్నులున్న జన్నులాంటి పిల్ల
We want everyone to stay back. We're getting the dance floor going right now. Let's get on the floor.
పంచదార పెట్టి రుద్దినట్టు మంచి తేనె తెచ్చి అద్దినట్టు ద్రాక్ష పండు తీసి పిండినట్టు ఎంత తీపి ఉన్నదే నీ నవ్వు చుట్టూ వెయ్యి ముద్దు సొక్క నెట్టినట్టు చెయ్యి మీద పాలు పొంగినట్టు పొడగొక్క పండు వచ్చినట్టు ఏదేదో అవుతాదే నీ మీద వచ్చు సంపగే 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 ఉప్పు లాంటి నాకు దింపగే సింపగే 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 నల్లని రాత్రినే సింపగే రంగులో సింపగే ముప్పు లేని జీవితం బ్రేకు లేని బైకునే అయ్యినట్టు తోలా ముప్పు లేని జీవితం బ్రేకు లేని మీద మధ్య
Let's go. On the floor. Let's go. There we go.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's show our couple how excited we are to celebrate with them tonight.
There we go, lads. Everyone sitting down. Let's get on the floor now.
Swing your legs, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away. Even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it one piece. I pray
break. That's why I need one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. How the powers taking a hold on me. I need one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. How the powers taking a hold on me.
Baby, I like your style.
If you like drink, make some noise!
Nobody listen to my hands. I had the voice of the silence. You know you gotta get quiet.
Here we go.
Soon as you see the text, I don't listen to my fight. We got no time, that's why I need one dance. Gotta have me in my hands. One more time before I go. All the powers taking a hold. I need one dance. Gotta have me.
No. Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
Baby मेरा mind तू कर glow बाकी करे shine तू करे glow जीने से डाली तूने जो तेरी बेटा एक baby जैसे मेरा flow baby got down to 100 बाकी average yo savage
Okay, everyone on the floor for the next song. Everyone on the floor. Let's go. We're gonna go up in the high. We're gonna touch the ceiling here, and we're gonna sing to this. Get ready. Everyone on the floor. Let's go. Get ready. Get ready. Here we go. One, go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
सारे दिन याद तेरी मैं ता जागर रखा रोक न पावा अखियां बिचों गंदी
Okay, I want to say, everyone to say ho ho ho, wait for it.
रोक न पावा
Here we go. Everyone, here we go. Louder. One more time. Here we go. One more time. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Let's go. DJ, put my mic down. Okay, one more time. We're gonna see Bryce Mom here. Everyone. For Bryce Mom. Louder. Bryce Dad. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Go, 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 go. There we go. Let's see those hands. Hands up in the air.
Slow it down.
Let's go now. You know this. Here we go. Yep. For Bacon and Sonia. Everyone, let's see those hands up there. Yeah. Everyone. Everyone, let's go. Next song. My Air Force guys. Air Force. Indian Air Force, proud and Indian Air Force, come on. Come on down in the middle here. Thank you for your service. Come on down.
Air Force guys, fall in line. It's all about left and right. Fall in. And all the kids back us. No, fall in. Fall in. Left. Okay, one. Join us! Join us! Join us! On the back, where is he? Join us! Join us! Come on, back, come on! Join! Where is Awesome, join us! Last but not the least! Last but not the least! Last but not the least! Left, right, left, right, forward, backward, left, right, left, right, forward, backward, left, right, Everybody join!
Oh yeah! One more time for the Air Force crew, give it up now! Alright, DJ, put it down. DJ, put it down. Alright, I need the bride and groom in the middle here, bride and groom. If they're still here, bride and groom, where are they? Keertana Aniketh, come on down. Last song of the night. Can we get the bride and groom back on the floor? Someone help us out. They gone home already? We need a last dance from them. Can we get them on back on the floor? One more time. With the bride, let's go. Aniketh. Yeah. Aniketh. There we go. Let's go. One last dance.
Okay, you two in the middle here. Give you all, get around the dance floor. Nadia, Nadia. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right.
Hello, boiler makers. Let's go, hot guys!
Okay. You okay? This is how married life looks like. All right, you guys in the middle, everyone around them, please. Last dance, last song of the night. Aniketh, Keertana in the middle. No, we got it. We'll do it on the turnpike. They're gonna kick us out. Everyone around the floor, please, for the beautiful couple. Guys, can we just step one step back, please? Thank you. All right, here we go. All right, if you guys had a good time tonight, make some noise now. Come on now. All right, so last dance of the night. Make some noise for our beautiful couple here. DJ, let's go.
The sun goes down, the stars come out.
Sing it.
And all that comes is here.
Can we put the lights down a little?
The universe will never be the same.
Leo, put the lights down. Everyone, let's go. There we go. Let's see those hands up in the air. Let's go. We're gonna join them. Let's go. Yeah.
You hit me like the sky fell on me, and I decided you look well on me. So let's go somewhere no one else can see you and me.
Everyone,
turn the lights out now. I'll take you by the hand.
Get in here. Let's go. Yeah.
Can you spend a little time? Time is slipping away.
Everyone,
away from us, so say,
let's go.
Stay with me, I can
Everyone,
make you glad you came.
Yeah.
The sun goes down, the stars come around, and all that counts is here and now.
There we go.
Universe will never be the same.
Sing it.
I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. Fell on me, you hit me like the sky fell on me, and I decided to look.
Let's go, keep it up. Bring it down.
So let's go somewhere no one else can see you and me. Turn the lights out now, I'll take you by the hand you another drink.
There we go.
Can you spend a little time? Time is slipping away from us, so stay with me, I can make you glad you came. The sun goes down, the stars come around, and all that counts is here and now. My universe will never be the same. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came.
There we go. Oh yeah. DJ.
I'm glad you came. The sun goes
One more
down,
time.
the stars come out.
Sing it.
All that comes is here and now. My universe will never be the same.
I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came. We're glad all you guys came to this beautiful wedding. Give it up for Keertana and Aniketh one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your DJ Santok. making sure you guys danced all night. Before we get on, can we give our parents a shout out? Give it up for Vinka, come on now. Mr. Gopal, where are you? Gopal, sir, please come on down. Both parents, moms, I'm forgetting the mom's names. Soumya, sorry. No, I'm sorry. Usha, right? Usha, Soumya, please, parents, give it up for the parents. Give it up for the sisters, two beautiful sisters. Wait. Before every single one of you goes home, I need you to step on my left side. Where's Aniketh? Aniketh, you on my right side. Come on. Wait, come on. We don't have time for that. Yeah, we do have time. We don't have time for that. 11:30 is night. That's the reason we are professional. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, can you all give it up for your guests, all you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. My name is Sid. I did your Sweet 16. It's a pleasure that we did your wedding. I hope you call us for your baby shower. Thank you guys, good night. I hope you guys had a good time. Yeah, we're doing Jolly Goodfellow for the DJ. He's the best. Let's go, everybody. Come on in. The best DJ we ever seen. One. Everybody come on. Where are you guys? Come on. Oh, wait. You can't lift us. We need more. Thank you guys. Please drive home safe. Thank you so much.
Surya.
Alright, so we have a bunch of jewelry in the DJ booth. If you lost something, please come on down. Okay, we have a bunch of lost things on the DJ booth. We have a Lexus, keys, we have sort of an iPhone, and a pair of earrings, and if you lost your phone, come on down to the DJ booth. Come here. Phone, iPhone?
This guy you can throw, okay?
This is the one we got. Anyone lost an iPhone, please come on down. And if you lost your Lexus keys, they're right here.
Yeah. Surya. Finish up, they are looking at you.
Oh, no. I just like started. The moment they call me, I'll be in the car.
As you can
One last time. There are a pair of keys for a car, a Lexus. Please come on down and pick it up.
It has a keychain with a heart in it. Please come on down, pick it up.
Say hi to
I see you.
every day.
Every day.
Chalo then.
I know, but